Are we Gucci? Should be, yeah. Blah 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 blah. Are we okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah, damn. This over here. Mm, is this all good? This is all good. Okay. Right guy, kind of a fly guy. Got you on that push notification just when you start. That's the way. Yeah. Yeah. Either that or like usually I put a message out in the Discord, but either one works. Where should we start? It's gonna pause the music, right? What did we talk about yesterday? All kinds of stuff, right? But what do we talk about more importantly? Let's just switch this. Okay. Bing. I sip on some water. And you definitely want to wait for confirmation on that one, right? Because you don't want to like do that and then think like, oh, failed auction, and then it just, right? You definitely want to break this shit. Want to break it, and you definitely want to wait for confirmation on that one, right? Right. This whole thing right here. Because we ended up doing this, right? Bing, 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 bing. And on the lower time frame, we did get like the second leg down. Bing, 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 bing. We never broke this low, so that's why I said to make sure you wait for confirmation on this, right? Because exact scenario. Boom, boom, boom. Other than that, not much. Everything we kind of talked about going according to plan, basically, right? Nothing should be too surprising here. We were expecting to kind of hold this zone because all the underwater shorts are down here, so quite unlikely that we were gonna free them. Free them out that bitch. Also, in terms of the trades, not a whole lot going on. I didn't end up adding to the long back like down here, being on this thing. So that is this. Boom, 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 boom. So we have reloaded the bag. We now have 15 Bitcoin in this thing again. Average price obviously moved up a shit ton from our original entry. And the short that we were in from yesterday, like this move up got it. So I stepped out in tiny profit on that thing, but that's okay. Other than that, not a whole lot to really catch up on, right? It's kind of mathing, just yellow line to yellow line, then retesting and the yellow line. So not really a whole lot going on. Let's kind of clean up these charts a bit. Ba-bing, ba-bing, ba-bing. Fill the gap and reversed, right? Double bottom after filling the gap. Talked about that yesterday as well. Other than that, did anything else happen today? Not really, right? Other than kind of like the retesting this kind of value area high we talked about after penetrating it. Yeah, not particularly eventful day trading wise. Quite the daily candle though, right? Hammered up right towards the end of the day. It is CPI tomorrow as well. Don't need that anymore. Let's mark out this thing. That's it, right? Nothing else to really clean here. Also, shout out to these 4-hour levels, right? Bing. This is like one of the last things we talked about yesterday was wanting to see the reaction at this level. There you go. There you go. Also, I wanted to get into a short on Uniswap. Is it really late? Not yet. Not yet. Okay. So leave this open because I want to actually get some better idea of what the levels are looking like. Also, we can switch this back, yeah. So I'm tired. I'm tired, guys. I don't know how long the stream's gonna be, to be honest. If I'm being honest. I did not sleep much last night. And it's CPI tomorrow, so gonna try and power through it. But if I start to feel pretty dead, I'm out of here. Just calling it a night and going to bed. Shout out to the math though, right? Shout out to the math, shout out to the planning as per usual, right? Guys, this trading stuff is not hard, honestly. It's really not. Have your plans ahead of time, be prepared. Take the trades if you have edge, if not, don't. That's it. That's really all it is. Fucking boring is what it is, to be honest. To be honest. I need a challenge. I'm just smurfing in the stock market. I'm fucking bored. Bored as a motherfucker. This is all good. Not get a chance to set up exo charts on my laptop yet, like the new version, so hopefully maybe we can do that tonight. Any concern about the 1 hour ETH bear divs? I may be looking a little 3 drivey. So potentially doing a little bit of a head and shoulders on the RSI. Fuck, I wanted to get in this thing. Is it too late? Fuck. I want to get him before the cascades lower, right? How's all this stuff looking? Yeah, Divzo, I mean, depends, right? Yeah, obviously it is like looking 3 drivey with like 3 drives of divergence, but when the control loses the lows, doesn't really mean anything. You just keep pumping, right? If it starts to go like this, mm, there's no more bear div, is there? More interested to look at some of the other data than that, but we'll kind of do that in a second. Also, is there like a date for this potential ETH staking? Where's our chat GPT? ChatGPT wasn't working today. It was down for so long. It's pissing me off. I was trying to do stuff in a day. Let that do its thing. Leave that like that. Only staking I ever did was Luna. Saw their price catering, couldn't do anything about it. Yeah, that sounds quite shitty. I mean, I wasn't around then, but I'm familiar with the situation. But yeah, I mean, staking is like, I mean, that's why people are like accumulating ETH, right? They've been accumulating for a while now. Staking is like guaranteed ROI, like yield. And you can't do it with the ETF, right? So like any kind of financial institution that buys ETH through the ETF can't stake it, so it's like kind of a fail. Not kind of, a massive fail. Staking is like one of the main reasons you want to hold ETH. At least when you have like hundreds of millions of dollars worth of it to stake, right? that's a lot of money that you're printing on top of the value of ETH increasing. Personally, I stake ETH, I stake Solana. There's a bunch of other like what else do I have staked on here? I do it like I do it through like the what's it called? Like the insured exchanges though. So if anything happens, I think we should be chilling. But I'm gonna start unstaking stuff pretty soon, right? Because I want to be able to get rid of my ETH. At this point, I don't care to hold it for another like month or two staked. I'll just be able to sell it. Ooh, chip coins like ETH. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's true though. Like, if you can definitely stake like shit coins, but you don't want to have them staked when everything's pumping, right? You want to have them unstaked by the time the pump is like really coming. Because if you're stuck holding them like in the unstaking process as that's happening, then rip. You're a bag holder, probably turning to dust. Because the thing is, a lot of those like kind of shit coins have like really high staking rates, right? So it's definitely worthwhile to stake it for at least a bit. If you're getting like 10, 15, 20% for staking, that's like a lot. Like someone made a video, I forgot who it was, but if you had bought a bunch of Solana when it was like way down here, like in the bear market basically, and staked it with like one of the high yield stakers, your bag would have compounded like crazy by this point. Like they did like all the math on it. Pretty ridiculous. Pretty ridiculous. Shout out to the math. Let's turn this up a little bit. I like this song. No DJ Marcos for now, right? I'm trying to just chill a little bit. I'm so tired. Also, these fucking things, did I not... You done here for a bit? How's everything else doing? Was this on? Where were we? Let's get caught up on some of this data. I can't imagine a whole lot has changed, to be honest. I've heard of ETHFi, it's on FMX, no idea what it is, what price, under $2. I'm guessing if ETH starts ripping, it will do the same. I mean, that statement kind of makes no sense, right? You have no clue what it is, and you're just assuming it's going to rip if ETH does. Should probably look up what it is first. But no, I don't know what it is. ETHFi. EtherFi. Some kind of staking platform, I guess. Yeah, I could definitely do another leg up, looks like, but no idea what that is. But imagine, yeah, anything related to ETH that's serviceable, not something vaporware trash. Even then, probably some of that stuff will pump, obviously, but wouldn't dabble in it personally. What was I doing? Oh yeah. What did I just do? Let's check out all of this data. So what's going on in the order book? One what? Pretty big sell walls above us. So all this data looking. $108.8. Like a huge high leverage liquidation right there. Massive. God damn. $200 million worth of high leverage longs right here. God damn. They definitely got that in the scope. Another one at 11157, 11157 above the box. Makes sense. Other than that, not a whole lot has changed. Okay. And in terms of the open interest, what's going on here? starting to see like a lot of hidden bull divs on this whole move up. In terms of like this localized price action, a lot of CBD hidden bull divs, Binance, Bybit. There are some higher time frame bear divs though. And that's been the case the whole way up, but bull divs have been playing out more. Where are these longs at? It's on a lower time frame. 1097, 1099, 109799. Okay. Do that after. Okay, where are these shorts at? There's a bunch of longs like right here. Like obviously, like they helped like market smash to get this breakout. So it makes sense. There are some that got trapped here right now, but there's still a lot of shorts down here that have not closed out on this whole move up yet. So take all of these shorts on every exchange compared to like this little bit of underwater longs. Not too bad if you're bullish right now in terms of the open interest. Plus all of the divs, right? All the CBD hidden bull divs. So a lot of shorts opening right here on OKX. We're already underwater. Assuming we start to keep continuing upwards from it here. Okay. I think we're mostly caught up in that regard. When you have Stoke RSI on the weekly at overbought levels, but the monthly oversold, does that mean a medium term pullback could happen? Stoke on the weekly overbought, so like the highest one, and then on the monthly it's oversold. The weekly, monthly. Yeah, possibly. I mean, do you know what the Stoke RSI is measuring? Because it being overbought or oversold is not. I can easily do this, right? Like let's just say like this is the 80. I can just do this. So it's not like it's guaranteed to just come all the way back down the other way. Strength of the RSI movement, yes, it's a derivative of RSI. But yeah, I mean, it's a lot of times you can see crossovers in the upper overbought region can signal that, right? Potential loss of momentum. If we start to lose these levels though, it's pretty interesting. Because if we start to lose this, then like all these guys are now underwater. How are the indexes doing? Not helping out Bitcoin if you're bullish, rolling over. Bum. A lot of people have been selling into this movement though, that is for sure. Spot has been selling pretty hard up here in these price ranges. How's this data looking? God damn, god damn. Interesting. Trying to debate if I should open her short or not. On Bitcoin. There's definitely some bearish edge right now, we'll say that. Well, also update our levels, yeah. And this last leg of this whole move is like just derivatives. Open interest are ramping up. So we can like nuke it down lower pretty quickly. We start to like lose these levels. Or we just kind of like sweep up here, like, close out a bunch of shorts, and then roll over. What are we doing? Where'd that level go? We also have an outside day, interesting. We've already lost, came back into yesterday's value. To be honest, if I'd had these levels updated earlier, probably would have taken this short right here, almost for sure. Michael Market Smash this bitch right now. Did it get in the Uniswap one at least though, so whatever. Because you have some kind of short exposure currently. Give an alarm down here at the value area low. CPI tomorrow, yeah. Yes, it is. This better not come back and stop me out, goddamn. I should my stop loss break even on this Uniswap short. But what? Oh, we left a single print behind, goddamn. Yeah, we'll keep watching this to get back in if we get stopped. Hopefully not, but I want to be mindful of that for the next while. I want to look at some options data. You know, I was gonna sell, like, I drew these lines yesterday. I was in bed looking at this stuff, because, like, I bought a spot bag of the stuff down here, right, wherever the fuck it was. I believe it was this, right, the point of control retest. Yeah. I was considering selling it up here. I haven't yet. And I might cut it right now, to be honest. If we're gonna go lower and clean up this garbage, I might as well just cut it and get back in. Take my whatever this is. 13%, almost 14%. Leave this over here. CPI is tomorrow. So let's put an alarm on this thing so we actually know Uniswap. Where's this fucking contract? Am I blind? Hmm. My stop loss, or my break even is at 8448 with the stop. So put an alarm there. That we don't have to keep this chart open over here. If that alarm goes off, then yeah, be mindful. But for now it looks good, right? We might have got away with it. I might have got away with it, but what? Because it was close. Alarm's right here. The wick came right there. What version of TradingView do you have to get the TPO? I'm not sure. I'm not, I don't know. I don't have like the highest one. So that definitely not that. I'm pretty sure you can get it with ATAS for free. Also, Trading Lights is currently free. It stopped working, and I don't know what's going on there, but apparently there's like the owner and the dev had some like drama going on, so the dev is like making his own version, and currently has like a beta running, which is the exact same as the old TradingView, or sorry, Trading Lights. It just doesn't have so much data. It has TPO, all that stuff in there. There's no CPI tomorrow, so I'm not expecting us to like move a whole lot, to be honest. Which is why I don't want to close like this whiff thing just yet. I don't know if we're gonna go like lower than like here. What do I do? What do I do? Also, why is this drawn so weird? Definitely missed a short here, right? Definitely would have been in this short for fucking sure. If I had drawn like this, the yesterday's levels earlier, that's not my fault. I was cleaning my kitchen, so I was late. Also, would have been here at the daily open and like been set up to make this trade. Quite likely we're gonna come down here at least, right? Based on the math. We'll see. We will see. At least we haven't got stopped out of this thing yet. How much we survive that by? God damn. Where's this thing? Can barely even see. We avoided getting stopped out by 0.2%. 1 penny and I don't even know. A seventh of a penny? God damn. Look at this shit. I'm fucking laughing. came right there. Can't zoom in any more than this. I think. God damn, we got lucky on that one. Well, we'll take it though, right? We'll fucking take it. Fuck it. Especially if we're about to start cascading through all this garbage. Boy, boy. Probably set my TPs on this now that we are in it. Haven't been stopped. Set some TPs. How's the math gods blessing you? Yeah, that was definitely pretty lucky. I mean, whatever. I would have got back in. I would have got back in. So whether I got something doesn't fucking matter. But I think we're FTP like 1, 2, 3, maybe even lower. Because this thing is pretty fucking like on all time frames, looking pretty crazy. Pretty big level right here. %, 20%, 20%, 20%, let the rest go. Something like that. Too late to get in. How would I say that? I'm not like looking at the open interest data, but I imagine there's like a lot of longs. It's just all like unswept lows everywhere. Like massive like dibs, blah blah blah. Wait, I might just do this. Kind of like bing bing. Let me set these things. Kuros will not sweep us at all, right? Things gonna have massive divergences. I suspect that some is gonna get got. this? 386. What was the last one? 7115. Okay, don't gotta deal with that. TP's set on that thing. See what ends up happening with that. If it was a regular day, it'd be like more confident that that thing's probably gonna like sweep all that garbage. The fact that it's like FOMC or like not FOMC, CPI tomorrow. Like, I'll not be surprised at all if we sit like here the entire fucking night, kind of thing. And then tomorrow when like the news drops, like it just starts to fucking go crazy one way or the other. Or it does like bing bing, or like bing bing. But we'll see. We'll see. We shall see. Also need to be mindful of longs. My entry's like not that far away from this. So if we start to like really come down here, like I'm gonna get stop out break even, need to get back in. Hopefully that's not the case. So far so good though, so far so good in this uni thing. We'll leave this open, this open. I don't think I'm gonna get any other trades for now. Like, a little tired, don't wanna be monitoring this stuff too much. A little salty that we were late for this short though. A little salty about that. Cause I wanna have like a good short for tomorrow. Like let's say there's a world where we like do this rest of the night, and I got my entry like right there, my stop loss break even like right here. Hopefully I would stay alive throughout the night. And in the world where we go lower first, then I could at least juice on that. Because if that happens and we go lower first, then reverse, and my long gets stopped out on this move down, which is pretty fucking likely, I'm not gonna have a long or short. And it's gonna, I don't like trying to get into this move like during CPI. Might have to, right? Might have to risk it a little bit. Yeah, get a little risky in this bitch. Let's look at some of this options data. Pretty well balanced, right? Looking pretty well balanced for tomorrow right now. Let's nerd out a little bit more on that. alarms and all this stuff, y'all. Interesting. What's the other level? It's gonna be a very important level to watch tomorrow. These two zones are very important. I mean, we'll see how the 0 date to expiry options flow looks like, but as an out, if this level gets flipped, like market makers have to like buy into the rally to maintain their hedges, and if we drop below this, they have to sell into the dip. Or sorry, buy into the pump. So kind of flip. If either of these levels get lost, like acceleration, right, in both directions potentially.
Hey Pro Painters. With Behr, you're
Interesting.
getting paint stains and primers at everyday low prices.
650
Plus,
and
or next
6K. Well, it's really like it really begins it down here, but this is where it starts to trickle. These fucking ads, get shut the fuck up. What was it? Interesting day tomorrow also. Just kind of get an idea of. It'll be very interesting to see if we kind of sweep this 2-5 extension and negative point of control and come back or not. Or nah. Or nah. Or nah. Or nah. This is really the only thing in my mind right now. I'm trying to determine like if this starts to like lose these levels. Probably gonna get out of here, yeah. Take my bag and run. Hit the dough. What was I about to do? Something with the options, right? Oh yeah. So let me get a protein bar.
Here are 3 reasons your sales team will actually want to use Monday Sales CRM. First, it's so easy to use. You can see your team's entire pipeline in one place.
Everyone is prepared for tomorrow, yes? Literally million CPIs to go back on. See what the expected numbers were, see what happened when it was better than expected, worse than expected, as expected. Don't get got, right? Don't get faked out, don't get double faked out, don't get hit with the triple fake outs. Just saying. Manage risk, stop loss, break even, etc. If you don't have plans, don't trade it. I got a long and a short setup, hoping to add margin, whichever takes off. That's how you get got, right? You add margin, your average price moves up way closer to the price, then just reverses on you. Could also not be particularly volatile, right? If everything comes in as expected. FOMC is the real one, right? And things, it might not even be the day of, right? If anyone remembers the one in May, it wasn't particularly interesting the day of, right? The meeting was on the 7th, and then the next day is when, right? Market had some time to digest what Powell was yapping about, make their decisions, etc. Shout out to JP, Jerome Powell. Also, I don't know if anyone's been checking the rate cut tool. or just a rate probability tool, but people are trying to price in a potential rate hike. Not like this Fed meeting, but is that our? I was gonna say, the fuck? I brought another alarm below from earlier. I thought I got stopped out. I was about to be pissed. I was gonna say, no fucking way. While this shit's all looking like that? Oh, I've been salty as fuck. Salty as a motherfucker. If we lose this, we should be chilling, yeah? Big chilling. I'll at least get this TP. The other ones we'll see. But yo, my gut is telling me to just cut this fucking bag right now. Hmm. How much of a difference will this be? 13. Pretty sizable amount, to be honest. Hmm. The reason I don't want to get rid of this just yet is because like this whole value area, we just basically came right back into it. Really the only hesitation. This line like right here. Like came back into it. Now we're doing like a kind of like a failed auction, but we haven't broken the highs, which is making me suspicious. And these lows like this with all these imbalances below. Like we're right in the middle of two levels too, so it's like such a fucking awkward way to the side of this. How would I get back in? Is a real question. If we start to spend time below these value area lows, I'll probably say fuck it. We'll give it a bit of some time for now. But my gut's definitely telling me to like fucking get out of this thing. So where's the VWAP at? How much of a difference was that? % of our gains, and we have 12% gains total. It's like what, 15% of our gains we'd be giving up, and giving up the position as well. Too tired for this, man. I'm fucking. I did not get sleep at all last night. It's making me brain dead right now. Just racking my brain here. What's this thing doing? Boy, you better not bounce. Better not bounce. Better not motherfucking bounce. So how did Nvidia close today? I have an alarm here, right? Yeah. I'm so tired, it's fucking crazy. Oh man. The music done? Is the music done? Oh.
This is your. But getting in the zone and.
Man, I'll never forget my first fucking Fed meeting. I had this list open that day, this main one, which is like hella long. Like, look how much shit's on here. Oh, I thought it was the first one. But it's the first one I was like seriously trading. And that day, I swear to fucking God, not a single thing read. Literally. It's a sea of fucking green. It was wild. Not fucking wild. And if anyone remembers the one in December, it's complete fucking opposite. Or was that thing? It was around this time, right? Or was it this one? When was it? When was the December Fed meeting? The 9th? Was it then? Or was it the S&P nuke? Am I brain dead? Is this the right date? Oh, the date was wrong. I was gonna say, yeah, the 17th of the 8th, yeah, it was this. I remember looking at the oscillators that day. God damn, those things were fucking mega cooked. I haven't seen oscillators that bad in forever. It was like fucking historically low oscillators on like multiple different time frames that day. Where's this thing? Like every single, like any time frame you put it on, just mega cooked. Mega fucking cooked. Just non-stop selling the whole day after the meeting. This thing came down to fucking, look at this. This thing came down to 8. Goddamn. A 5 on the 15-minute. Motherfuckers were dumping that day. Goddamn. Oops. Bum, 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 bum. Let's mute this. Yeah, y'all got any questions? I'm about to start nerding out. I really don't feel like sitting here talking or nothing. Tired as fuck. I wanna want to surf in Counter-Strike. I just want to like fucking unwind and just fucking chill. Turn my brain off. Relax before CPI. Why don't I? Shit's loud as hell. I gotta decide what's going on with this thing pretty fucking soon here. And also this. I guess not yet, but two-hour candle in 6 minutes. What are these things doing again? I'm like falling asleep, I'm not even paying attention to shit. God damn. But you fucking hear that? God damn. God damn. Slowly but surely going down, okay. Also, could just say fuck it, right? Could just leave this thing here. Like, at the end of the day, it is like a spot position. Don't have to fucking sell it. But if we are trying to be as optimal as humanly possible, we should be like cutting it and getting back in lower. We're trying to compound as much as possible. Look at some of the open interest data for this, kind of get an idea what's going on here. Probably should have done that a while ago. I'm so fucking like out of it, it's unbelievable. My brain's moving at like fucking 1 p.m. Literally brain dead. What's going on here? Nine eight. Is that the case on every exchange? I mean, that'll kind of explain why we're holding up here a bit better than some of this other shit. Cause there's like a lot of shorts here. So it would explain why we're just kind of sitting here, right? Holding that level for so long. While everything else is kind of just dumping a bit. And this trading life stuff, sometimes it has sore. Definitely given up years of my life for this, tell you that. Shout out to the math. Shout out to the math. So it's hot as fuck in here. Turn the AC up. Boy. Yeah, the thing is, like, none of these have closed below the value area low, right? At least not yet. And obviously it moves down as time progresses, but here on the other hand, different story. Boom, boom, boom. Where's our browser? Can I even play that game? That's the other thing. Can I even surf on this account? See if we can even. Let's see if we can even surf on that account to begin with. I don't know if we can join the community servers. I just need to download the game. Oh yeah, I don't have it downloaded. How much is this? I am. This motherfucker better not come back, right? Oh, I don't come back. Where's our thing? Where's our alarm? Oh, it's fucking below the VWAP too. Oh my god. Boy, don't piss me off. Don't piss me off. Trying to get suspicious about that one. That was a little juicer too. This thing done downloading. 40% done. Why is this shit so laggy? This shit hurry up. God damn, 70%? What do I pay for this internet for? God damn. %90 done.
Eve to me is basically freedom. It's a giant open universe where you
Let's see if it works. God damn, that's loud. I have another account, unfortunately. What is this? How do you even get to like the server browser? Oh, I see. Are you profitable? I'm new here. Yeah, I trade for a living, my friend. So if I wasn't profitable, I'd be pretty screwed, wouldn't I? Pretty screwed. Are you profitable? That's my question. Are you profitable? Because if not, we'll get you sorted, right? Get you juicing on these charades. How do I log out of this? Do I even have this? Oh no, man. Maybe I have it on this phone. My Steam Guard, I don't have Steam Guard for my other account. And I used like my girlfriend's number at the time. So I don't have the cell number for it. Hopefully I have it on this phone. But to find out. No, I don't. Are you fucking kidding me? Look. Where's my risk to reward ratio? I don't really track that anymore. It's kind of pointless for the way I trade. Some trades it's like 30, some trades it's 2. Doesn't really matter to. As long as I get a secure entry, I'll let the market do the rest. But yeah, I mean, ideally you don't want to be taking a trade where like your entry's here and your stop loss is like here and your target's like here on a short, right? Ideally you want to be in some kind of favorable ratio in this regard.
Plugin I ever used, Arcade. It's used by the top artists and producers in the game.
Whatever it may be. Probably better off tracking a realized R than your risk reward ratio. Whoops. You know, most people when they begin, they trade like this, right? Like they enter the trade, stop here, target here, and then you quickly come to realize it's probably not the best way to do it. You should have multiple TPs, you should be moving your stop loss break even as soon as possible, etc. Etc. So it's better to track how much you're actually realizing, how much money you're making. Realized R, as they call it. Bum. Shout out to the math though. Very technical analysis, fundamental analysis, combination of both. No, I don't do fundamental analysis. Doesn't really matter to me. Straight technical, straight math, straight stats. Only reason you do fundamental analysis is to know what to buy, right? I'm just trading Bitcoin, so I don't gotta make a decision in that regard. No financials to analyze, blah blah blah. Same reason why most people trade in NASDAQ, S&P futures, etc. Don't gotta worry about that fundamental garbage. Just gotta focus on the math. Yeah, if you're a long-term investor looking to build a long-term portfolio, then yeah, you should have some fundamental analysis, right? Companies that you want to buy. Then use technicals to determine when you want to buy it. It's usually how it works. Bum, bum, bum. But I mean, if you're trading, you're also gonna get wrecked using fundamental analysis, right? You know, let's just look at something like Tesla, for example. Like, fundamentals of this company have not changed at all in this time window, yes. Cars, robotics, energy, etc. has been consistently true this whole time, and yet the massive price fluctuations. TP at 108,008 on BTC. Nice. Hopefully you get your TP hit. Hopefully you get your TP hit. As long as you're managing risk on the way. Hopefully your TP gets spanked. And if it reverses on you, hopefully you lose nothing, right? Stop loss, break even, can't lose. You know I am. Not sure what that means, but what is my primary trading strategy? I mean, it's not. No, we're a little different on this side of the YouTube, right? We don't just sit here repeating the same mindless strategy over and over like an ape with no thought. We identify levels of interest to trade at, and then when we get there, we look at the data and determine are we going to take that trade or not. So very data-driven process. right? Watching the open interest, watching how people are positioned, watching how the S&P and the indexes are doing, what the bond market is doing, etc. Is there aggressive buying and selling occurring? Are they ramping up? Are they ramping down? How does the order book look? How is the options market data looking? How are market makers hedged? Right, sentiment data, all kinds of stuff. What do you think CPI will come in tomorrow? Doesn't matter what I think. As long as you're planned for it to come better than expected, worse than expected, and unexpected, and have plans for all of those, then you don't have to think about what it's going to come in as. You're prepared for every situation. Right? That's what everyone else is doing. So if you're not doing that, you're playing from behind. Because everybody else is prepared for every situation. That part, I like the way you think, bro. That's how every trader thinks. Nothing unique to me, but glad you enjoy it. I can see how other traders think. Yeah. In person, I don't really care. I don't bother talking to other traders. I have all the data myself, right? So I don't need to talk to anybody. I just look at the numbers and decide for myself. But I do like using sentiment data, right? Because motherfuckers online are clowns, don't know what they're doing. So whenever sentiment's leaning one way, you know what's not happening. You already fucking know. Shout out to the sentiment data, right? God damn. Rags to riches in a short. I see you. How long it take me to become consistently profitable? Not long. Like less than a year. It's really not hard, right? If you manage risks, it's pretty hard to not be profitable.
Things have gotten pretty expensive lately, and I need to generate some additional.
You know, most people fuck up. The part that they fuck up is the risk managing part. Because technical analysis is not a lot to learn, right? You can learn this in like 2 months, 3 months, if you really spend a lot of time. Not particularly complicated. I don't look at nothing but the charts. Everything else is noise. I mean, as long as you're using data on top of a chart, then yeah, sure, I agree. And if you aren't, then you're probably trading a little bit inefficient for how you could be trading, but not everyone cares that much, so understandable as well. CPI, PPI, Fed meeting, options expiry. God damn. Me 4 years, and I woke up one day like, ooh. Yeah, I mean, depends. Varies from person to person. Some people get it pretty quick. Some people take a bit longer. You know, Oscar, I would suggest reading Auction Market Theory. If you want to kind of figure out a way to trade. How much capital do I risk on each trade? Depends. What time frame is it on? How confident am I? If it's a high time frame, high probability, I'm fucking sizing up in that bitch. Boy, I'm maxing out the exchange. Can't even handle how much size I'm putting in that. Gotta use multiple exchanges. God damn. Chasing the bag, not the skill set. Yeah, that's true. A lot of people do that. And then you kind of get stuck in the whole like result oriented mindset, which is not the way to do it. You can have a trade where you make money and it was a shit trade. Trade where you lose money and it was a correct trade. Just probability was not in your favor. So yeah, money should not be of importance to you if you're trying to improve. At the end of the day, it is a 50-50 guess, right? If I just gave a monkey this chart and said, are you gonna go long or short? 50% chance of being right. So it's very easy to get results mislead you, because you might not know what the fuck you're doing and you make money on a trade, right? Over time, the math's gonna get you. That's how it works. The math is gonna get you over time. How profitable was I last month? Doesn't matter. If I say $1,000, $10,000, $20 million, does it make a difference? Not really. Not really. Chasing the bag. I mean, I respect it though, right? I respect chasing the bag. It is some good motivation if applied correctly. The best advice I can give to see improvement is using high time frame to have confluence with medium low time frame. Yeah, it's everybody does, right? Like I always have the daily open. I'm always looking at the weekly 4-hour chart, 5-minute, executing orders on like the 1-minute. Yeah, I mean everyone does that. If you don't, you're kind of like if I give somebody this chart to trade, right, then all I show them is this. You have no context what's going on, so definitely need to have a idea of the bigger picture.
Steven, you just invested in my life's work.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Look. I say high time frame, I mean the 12-hour to the 12-month. Yeah, that's why I got all these up here, right? I got the yearly, the bi-yearly, quarterly, 2-month, month. I'm always flipping through all these things. Oscar percent. I mean, it's irrelevant, right? The percent is irrelevant. if I'm making 5% a month and I have like $100 million, or making 20% a month with $1,000, like relevant, right? Like that number kind of scales with like your account size. Ultimately irrelevant. High time frame. Bro, yo bag at his bag. So lock in on yo bag. Money's just irrelevant, right? It's just some like, think of this game as like, I don't fucking know, like Diablo or like like World of Warcraft or something, right? It's just some variable. Money is just some variable that you're trying to like scale, because everything scales off of this. So it's the only relevancy of that. And it's just some meaningless number in the game. The main point is to manage risk, right? Protect the bag at all costs. What's this thing doing, by the way? Whoops. My most lucrative trade? Probably the April 2nd, like, Trump pump. Like not like was when the tariff stuff was announced, right? And the market like ripped that day. I was looking at a pretty big long before that, and ended up like running super fucking hard. And after that, the Fed meeting last month, which we were streaming, 'cause we stream every day. So the May Fed meeting. That's true. Damn, okay, interesting. What was the most I've made in one trade? 7 figures Canadian. Low 7 figures. That's okay though, because we're scaling up, right? Soon it's gonna be 8 figures. We're gonna be making motherfucking 9 figures one day, boy. Slowly but surely. How much of a change has your life taken since you became a pro trader? No difference. I just sit at my computer all day. That's what I used to do before I traded. I used to play video games professionally. And then I worked as a software engineer. So it's just what I do, right? Sit at a computer. Built for this. Destiny. But no, like, I mean, the biggest trade, honestly, it's very time consuming, right? Because especially when you're trading crypto, because it doesn't stop, it's 24/7 trading. So very time consuming. I don't plan on trading forever. Nice. A typical trading day? I mean, it's always kind of like a... I mean, the days aren't, like, they just kind of blend into one, right? Because, like, let's just say, for example, like, I have levels of interest to the upside and to the downside. So whenever price gets to those levels, then I'm deciding, am I taking that trade or not? So whether that happens at 10 p.m., 9 a.m., noon, it doesn't matter, right? I'm just waiting for the price to get to where I'm waiting for it to come. Sniper in hand, ready to shoot that bitch down. But in general, like, I trade the New York session, because I do like swing trade some traditional stocks as well. So usually, depending on the day, like if there's like tomorrow, for example, like there's CPI, right? So at 8:30 in the morning, that stuff is getting released. So I'll be awake a little earlier to be kind of like dialed in by the time that starts. And if not, then I'm just kind of like awake by market open, ready to roll. Have a wife and kid? No. 3 wives, boy. But no, I don't. Slowly approaching our TP on Uniswap. What? Slowly but surely. Where are you from? Canada? Canada. Motherfucking Canada. The most expensive thing I bought myself? Nothing. I need my money to make money, so I can't just be wasting on dumb shit. But probably next year, right? Like, I don't know, my outlook on the market is kind of like bullish the rest of the year, maybe into early 2026, and I'm gonna offload everything I have. Then we'll kind of dabble in a bit more of the things that aren't necessities in life. But for now, I'm just kind of trying to grow the snowball as big as possible. Plus, I don't do anything, right? Like, I'm gonna go buy like a fucking iced out AP so I can set my computer with it. Some dumb shit like that. Already got everything I want. Well, I don't trade for money, right? I trade because it's a game. I have fun playing the game. Money's just a nice little bonus. What's the first big purchase? I'll do my first 7 figures. Nothing. I invested it. I'm trying to buy a super yacht, guys. It's not a fucking joke. Not a fucking joke. So if I start spending my money now on dumb shit, then I'm not gonna make it to a super yacht, am I? I want 2 helipads on that bitch, by the way, not just 1, right? I'm a fucking trendsetter over here. First big purchase? That's a good question. Probably a house, to be honest. I already have a house, but like I just move somewhere. Buy a better home. What do I drive? Just a regular car. Nothing crazy. For now. That'll probably be the second purchase, actually. Some kind of wild car. We're actually looking at them on stream the other day. We're looking up Rolls Royces and whatnot. Something classy, right? Different. All I do is go to the gym though, so I only have the need to go buy some crazy car at the moment. Fuck yeah. An ass shaking everywhere. Apparently 2 Bugattis not too far from us. Yeah, probably. I won't be surprised there's like a couple here. I think in Montreal maybe, or Toronto. I don't think anybody where we are has one. A most valuable item? Probably a home. Probably the home. I want to move to the country and grow weed and turn that into a project. Not a bad idea. Wow, I don't mean by turn it into a project. Like, you're talking about like a business to sell it. I think you'd have a hard time competing with like the weed growers nowadays. Those motherfuckers are serious. Fucking PhDs in botany, growing the plants as optimal as possible. THC through the roof. If you're going for yourself, fuck it, yeah, fuck it, why not? Just a whole fucking field of weed. Light it on fire and just stand there, get fucking mega cooked. Bum, 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 bum. the project growing weed was my first hustle, and today's weed's trash because they don't take their time. I don't know about that. Sounds like you're just buying shitty weed, right? Because there's definitely like high quality shit out there. Very high quality. Got that top shelf smoke. Yeah, I looked into growing weed before, like properly, like good ass fucking weed. And when I found out like the whole process, I was like, yeah, fuck that. Way too much effort, can't be bothered. How long I've been trading? I've been leverage trading for a year, and I spent. I started learning about finance and like crypto and whatnot, like stocks, like here, like in March. And I started trading spot like in this time span. Then this is when I started like leverage trading. Quit my job. Said later, fuck that shit. Later. Quit that bitch. So basically like 2 years, start to finish, to where we are now. Full time 1 year though. But I do like no life it though. Like I literally like it's not exaggeration when I say I just don't do anything. Like I wake up in my room, I come in here, I study, take notes about shit, read about trading, backtest, blah blah blah, go to the gym, come home, keep doing the same thing until I go to bed, and then repeat the next day. Non-stop. No vacation, no going out to bars, no fucking nothing. I'm fucking focused in this bitch. Perfectly fine to give up a couple years of my life to never do anything ever again, do whatever the fuck I want. Worthwhile trade-off to me. Plus I have fun, right? I have fun. I have like I mean, it's not like diagnosed, but like I would be willing to bet I definitely have some kind of like obsessive compulsive disorder. It's the reason why I was so good at so many video games, because I just got fucking like addicted to them. Same thing with this. Probably on the spectrum. You go the easy route, good smoke is like BTC at scarcity. And that will be my edge of competition. Yeah, I think you're kind of not giving enough credits to your competition when it comes to growing weed though, right? There are people that literally have PhDs in growing plants. Access to the highest quality equipment, highest quality nutrients, blah blah blah. You think you're gonna compete with that? Just fucking growing shit in your backyard. Also, location matters. What did I work in? In tech. I was like a software engineer. And it's not just one person doing that, right? It's like a whole business of people doing that. Most of the weed is meme coin mead. You must live in like Europe or something. Because like in North America, it's definitely not meme coin weed, right? Like the highest lab tested weed in the world, basically. Is there even higher lab tested weed anywhere else? Let's look it up out of curiosity. Yeah, it's North America, right? California, Oregon, Colorado, Canada, British Columbia. Cause yeah, I know when I travel abroad and I smoke over there, yeah, that's definitely meme coin weed. Feels like I'm smoking dirt. I'm from CA. I've been smoking for 20 years. Well, here's the thing, right? There's only one way to break down your statement. Either you're implying that your weed is better than literally the weed that wins cannabis cups and whatnot, therefore it's the best in the world, or it's not, and people have better weed than you. So which one of those two is it? I'm gonna bet on the latter, but maybe you're the fucking goated weed grower. I don't know. Guess we'll find out. if your pack is like that, send some my way. Hit me with that shit, boy. Shout out to Cali though. Definitely have smoked some good shit out in Cali. Shout out to Cali. I want to go out there again. I haven't been there in a few years. Shout out to the math, that's what, right? Guys, what we should be talking about is the math, right? Do you guys understand the math? That's what we should really be talking about. Because if not, you're not gonna make it trading. Tell you that much. Shout out to the fucking math. I'm trying to make my way through that pattern library you shared. Yeah. Probably overwhelming though. I wouldn't learn the math of certain patterns with regards to probability. Yeah, like for instance yesterday, right? Like that guy that we were talking about. Like I don't even trade patterns, right? I don't even trade them. But like if you're not nerding out as much as I am, then you're gonna have a hard time, right? Because like, for instance, like we're in an uptrend, and then we could do like kind of one of these things, right? Like a descending triangle, whatever the fuck you want to call it. And this thing has like a 63% chance to break upwards in that scenario, right? It's not a downwards breaking pattern. So like one, you're already trading like a negative EV strategy, trying to do that. Secondly, in like the 30% that it does go lower, more than 1 in 3 times, it doesn't even go low enough to get break even. So it's just like a net negative losing strategy. But I mean, whatever. I don't trade patterns anyways to begin with, right? Personally, trade data. Alright, bro, about to lock back in before bed because I'm up at 1 a.m. for CPI. 1 a.m. Where do you live? What the hell? Talked about to do some wild shit after tomorrow. CPI plus trade talk. Plus a bag out your way. It goes. If you know, you know. Maybe we'll see, right? It may not be that volatile. Like most people were pricing. Look, we looked at this earlier. I think most people are pricing in. What was it? Like something like this. So yeah, I mean, I guess that's pretty volatile, right? For S&P, it's pretty volatile. Those patterns get induced just like the rest. No, I don't know if it's simple as saying that. We think there's just one person sitting here printing the charts, trying to bait people. Not as simple as saying that. The fuck is this? I'm not sure. What are you referring to? What are you referring to? You know, there are pattern traders out there, right? Peter Brandt, for example, primarily a pattern trader on the higher time frames, though, right? If you're still trying to like consistently trade like patterns in 1 minute, you're gonna get fucking wrecked. What's your profit loss ratio? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Very high though. I don't lose trades too often. Like 60% of my trades are like me getting stopped out break even. So I protect my downside at all costs, even if it means I'm getting stopped out of a trade that ends up being a winner. Probably 60% plus, to be honest. Maybe even like 70%. The last losing trade I had was a day that we broke the all-time high on Bitcoin. And not a relatively large loss either. So that was like what? 22 days ago? 21 days ago? The crossword puzzle looking thing? Yeah, it is the TPO. This is the time price opportunity. When I start vlogging my level up from retail to pro, I mean I'm already a pro with a skill set, my bag just does not reflect it. Hope to see you in my comments, bro. Trade on hashtag TMC, hashtag BBB, hashtag 888. Sure, we'll give you a follow. You don't even stream or post videos or anything. Shout out to you though, right? Shout out to you. Hopefully the trading goes well. Hopefully the trading journey comes along amazing for you. Shout out from rags to riches. I fuck with the name. Oh, interesting. More stimulus coming out of China, okay. So we like to see, right? More money sloshing around in the system. More money sloshing around. I just passed by 200k funded account. That's amazing. Congratulations. Unfortunately, I didn't know about prop firms when I started, or else I definitely would have been abusing that. Or at least before they patched all the loopholes, we'll say, right? There's a lot of broken ways to abuse prop firms before. That's why they have all these like stringent rules nowadays about like your trading activity. Shout out to Oscar for passing his funded account test. You must be at least somewhat knowledgeable then, yeah? I mean, yeah, you have been asking some questions. Clearly you're not like completely beginner. Let's just scroll back to some of these. Yeah. Shout to you. We can actually flip the VWAP this time, or are you about to get fucking reject off this bitch again? Right? We'll actually flip that bitch. I'm curious how you trade. And I never asked you what your trading strategy is. Inducements. We're just waiting for sweeps. Yeah, a lot of people do that. Just trade around the larger entities, basically what that is. We'll just see a lot of people on social media talk about that, right? The all kind of inducement schematics, etc. Personally, I like to trade with the math, right? I'm fucking mathing over here. Shout out to the math. Three-minute candle close in 12 minutes. I'm gonna fucking pixel fuck this thing again? Can we not? Boy? Boy? All eyes on the CPI prints tomorrow. Yeah. I think more people are eyeing the Fed meeting than anything, but potentially a volatile day tomorrow for sure. Hopefully everybody is prepared, right? Levels to the upside, levels to the downside. You've gone back, researched previous CPIs, see what the price action typically does. What happens when it's better than expected, worse than expected, come in exactly as expected. Have your plans prepared. Take your trades if you have edge. If not, don't trade. Ideally your position beforehand, right? That's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to be positioned for FOMC. I had a pretty big short yesterday, but that got stopped out break even today, so we need to get back into that thing. Goddamn. Also curious to see the PPI, right? Because inflation like shows up there first. At the same time, like quite likely it's gonna be priced in pretty accurately. Like everyone is aware of the tariff situation and whatnot, so I don't think it's gonna be shocking to anybody that knows what's going on. You know what I find interesting is people are starting to potentially price in a rate hike. Not on this Fed meeting, but bond markets are looking a little suspicious, right? Alarming data coming out of the bond market. Can I take a piss? Get some more water. I'm gonna snack on. Rate hike would be insane. No, we're not gonna get one this time. But like, people are trying to like price in like, it's not like a high probability, but like before there was 0% probability. Now there's actually starting to see signs of people pricing it in potentially. Y'all think you really make 7 figures? Just go watch it yourself. It's really on fucking stream. Go watch it yourself, my boy. I stream every day, 4 hours, if not more, talking about all my trades in advance. And then the next day, everything plays out exactly like we're talking about. I think I'm making this shit up. Game's a joke. As long as you're prepared, you have plans, execute your plans when you have edge. It's really not that hard. Assuming you can interpret the data in the moment, right? Not just trading naked charts like an NPC. As long as you can interpret the data and manage your risk, you're chillin'. So he does allegedly. Allegedly what? Curious to see the reaction up here, right? The only problem with waiting for this reaction is like, because we're in this short, right? And a break-even stop loss is where this alarm is. Can't click on this thing. So if we wait for this kind of to come up here, because we are starting to flip the VWAP and whatnot, quite likely we're going to be like round tripping this trade. Could move the stop loss here and get out with some profit, but also don't want to close it too early. Hour candle in 30 minutes and some change too. I'll probably leave it as is. If we get like a round trip on this thing break even, so be it. Because like we weren't paying attention to this Bitcoin short earlier, so we don't have any short exposure right now. So this Uniswap thing is all that we got in that regard. All we got in that regard. Also, we never checked the options data for PPI, right? Never did check those out. This will definitely change a lot tomorrow. God damn. That's a huge range. There's a huge gamma strike down here. What the hell? 4850? Also one at 615. Not that unreasonable, I suppose. All-time high. And then these gaps. Especially with the way we talked about earlier, where they have to like buy into this rally or sell into the dump. Another huge one at 60.45. Interesting. Interesting times ahead. Excited. Let's see how its open interest data is looking. I'm just in here yapping in the chat. Well, not a whole lot's going on, to be honest. Market's pretty quiet. Not a whole lot of activity. What are the flows looking like for the past like hour or so? 500 mil, like nothing basically. Basically nothing. Oh, whoops. Or we had that turned off. How much left on this playlist, by the way? Trying to get like a second win energy here. I was so tired before, and now I'm starting to wake up at goddamn 11:30. But what? I don't know how I'm gonna recover this Steam account. That's the real fucking dilemma. Like, is there even a way to recover it? That's the thing. So how's the order book looking over here? Oh god damn. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be moving tonight as expected, right? One of the first things we said. God damn. There's fucking 3,000 plus Bitcoin right above us right now for sale. Fucking asks are stacked up above. God damn. You start here though, right? That's a lot of biddy though. God damn. And the thing is, it's the same. This whoever it is had it lower before, right? Like they're like trapping the price. Cause it's the exact same quantity. Probably just spoofs. Motherfucker spoof in the order book. Interesting. Interesting data point that is right there. God damn. Shout out to the math. Guys, Oscar doesn't believe in the math, guys. Shaking my head. God damn. Fucking hungry. God damn, I'm hungry. Should I go get a protein shake? I never had like my last meal of the day. I'm so goddamn distracted. Let me go do that real quick. 4-hour candle coming soon, right? Big Kahuna candle coming soon. God damn. What's going on with CME, by the way? Ba-da-dum, 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 ba-da-dum. Okay, I'll be back in a second. Any questions, right? Y'all got any fucking questions? Or no? Cause now you guys better all be juicing on your trades, right? Nobody's got any questions? I'm assuming everyone here is making fucking bank trading. The logical conclusion to that? Juice? God damn. bum. Shout out to the math. Time is it? 15 more minutes till this 4-hour candle. Are you guys fucking prepared? Right? CP fucking I, it is here. God damn. Guys, Christmas is fucking here. CPI, PPI are there multiple different central banks announcing the rate decisions. And we got options expiry too. God damn. When's the next quad witching up, by the way? When is the next quad witching? Wait, really? This is the next quad witching. Are you fucking kidding me? Interesting, right? Interesting. Glad we remember to look that up. What is the quad witching? It's like 4 different types of like options and futures expire at the same time. Like stock options, stock futures. Like for the indexes, and then it's also for the actual stocks themselves, the indexes and the futures. And it only happens like 4 times a year, where they all like coincide at once. And this next Friday is one of them. Like even higher volume expected, even higher volatility. I'm just so excited to see how next week resolves out of curiosity, right? Very curious. We're gonna have to be looking at a lot more of this data in depth. Kind of looking at the Mag 7 and whatnot, not just the indexes. Because if there's some like abnormal options behavior in these towards the expiry, they can impact the indexes a lot on their own. So we'll have to be mindful. Let's just make sure you write that down. Actually, I'll probably do that tomorrow in the day. Start nerding out a little bit. We'll kind of pick a couple of the leaders from every sector. See what's going on, right? Do a little bit more in-depth and nerd outs than usual. What's going on over here? Boom. Low volume, slow evening. As expected. As expected. Should we stream FOMC that day? Should we stream that day? Probably not. Maybe for the lulz. Or the lulz. Well, we can all just listen to Jerome get up there and start yapping. Rags to riches, right? What a name. That guy's trying to get it out the mud. And the most interesting of 4-hour candles, right? Not the most interesting. How long has the stream been, by the way? Oh, we started late. Fuck. Fuck! About to say, fuck this shit. Curious if people are taking this trade, right? Any kind of people that are trading on the 4-hour for looking to kind of like, oh, the retest. There's some people are definitely entertaining this kind of retest of the zone. Waiting for the 4-hour candle closure. What did I just delete? God damn. How's the order flow looking? So slow. So goddamn slow. Normally we're getting billions, right? Billions and billions of dollars in like an hour, and not like we're like half a mil. No, sorry, not half a mil, half a billion. My fucking can't even speak properly. Boa. Also, is this thing printing like bull divs or what's going on over here with this thing? Somewhat, but not really. I think Pixel fucked the golden pocket. Motherfucker, this guy doesn't believe in the math. Got me fucking laughing, I'll tell you that. The non-math believers. Bum. fuck is that? What the fuck is that noise? I swear this motherfucking raccoon is back. I'm gonna have to go deal with this thing.
I dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce store preloaded with 20 handpicked products that are trending all over the world, basically validated by AI from a trending product database from one of the top vendors on the planet. And the reason that we can do this completely free for you is because, well, Shopify is paying me to do it. You've probably seen me before because for the last year, Shopify has loved the AI-paired software that we built so much that they've been paying me to build people just like you, complete beginners, a completely free store. Now, again, it's free for you, right? Shopify is paying me a commission to do it. And if you don't keep your store for more than 90 days, I don't even get paid. But your store is still free, right? And after 90 days, it's still your store. I don't own a percentage of the store. I don't control the store. It's yours. You can delete products from it, add new products to it, all that good stuff. It's your store, okay? Not only that, I'm going to give you my courses completely free. I'm not going to try to upsell you.
God damn. I would've had this him doing fucking backflips by the shotgun. Blow this bitch out the air. Shout out to the Mamayev. I have another Steam account, that's a thing. What's the other one? I don't even fucking remember. Is it like Juice box. I mean, honestly, same as yesterday, right? Nothing has changed, really, to be honest. This is exactly where we were yesterday. Nothing has really changed. Um, the other thing is like if there's like some like volatility tomorrow, it's gonna be pretty quick. So like, might like come down, just like sweep this garbage and go. Might come clear these boxes, reverse quick. Might come clean this box. We might just start blasting higher, right? Yeah. Kind of levels to the upside, levels to the downside. So how long has this been? So how am I going? Yeah, now that there's no juice box, I might just say fuck it, go to bed too. I mean, whatever. I was gonna do like a quick one. I was gonna do like a little baby one, because we do have like the whole like full day rotation in play right now. And I don't know if they're gonna kind of like you know, as anticipated when the stream started. I don't know if they're gonna like let us move from here. Like it was the first thing we said. Probably not gonna leave this range. Here we fucking are. Like 4 hours later, I've moved an inch. But in terms of like the full day, right? We did open outside, so it's outside day today from yesterday's value. Came right back in. Bing, bing. Hey, it's so stupid. If I started the stream on time, I would have been in this thing for show. Show. Anyways, the thing is a little bit late for that one, right? But in terms of a long, like let's say this thing does play out, and we come down to here, like you can might sweep this and go, kind of thing. Might clean this yellow line. Other than that, really nothing has changed, right? In terms of shorts to the upside, nothing has changed. Same with the longs. This little development of price action is really the only difference from yesterday's juice box. So not the most particularly interesting of ones, to be honest, but yeah, my plays are still pretty much the same. I'm gonna ride on my positions since worst case break even. Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, like plenty of volatile events ahead. But as long as you don't lose money, that's really like the number one thing. Just thinking if there's anything really worth mentioning, right? That's not different from yesterday. There's a world where we sweep this too, right? Kind of like, bing. Because like there's a naked point of control on CME and on derivatives here at the sweep level. And then that could like lead to like a pullback to like down here, right? Something like that is possible, etc. Just be careful. Just be careful, because a lot of times in these events, like, okay, first of all, like there's it's like a sequence, right? It's like first, like the futures. Okay, the data comes out at 8:30, right? Data comes out at 8:30, and then like it hits the futures market. So like there a lot of volatility starts hitting at 8:30, and then again, when like at the actual like New York Open, like it hits the regular market, and again there's like more volatility. And then like once that initial volatility is done, then you start to see like moves at like 10:30. So as we approach new all-time highs, how do you approach the data for setting new levels or knowing switches? I'm not sure what you mean by switches. Like these are all like extension levels, Fibonacci extension levels. Whether it's like the extension tool or like the 1.25 like levels up here. Also like where the liquidity is, right? You can kind of like you can see liquidity up here. Right now where it's shit at. There's like a big cluster up until like 114, 115 ish, and it like tapers off towards 116. That's like the most of it. And there's like another cluster like right below 120. So like just write these down. So like there's a lot. From like the all-time high to, what would that be? 115, 115k ish is like the most liquidity, at least in terms of the derivatives. Then there's like another cluster. So this is like 1 to 118,000 towards like a little bit at 121. And then like 125 ish. Okay, the thing is these things aren't like perfectly accurate, right? It's like 123 to like 126 or so, and then like 129 to 131. This is like where most of the liquidity to the upside is, like in these ranges. What do you mainly go off liquidation as levels? No, you kind of have to be watching the data, right? You have to see if there's like it's just there's signs of weakness, right? There's gonna be like 3 drives, or it's gonna probably gonna be some kind of like 3 drives, probably most likely. Like on divergences as people are like selling off on the spot market, etc. Also, it's gonna depend on what S&P is doing. Because at the same time, like it could be the beginning of a move that's like this, right? So not necessarily gonna guarantee to have some kind of like big pullback. This could just be like bing, 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 and it starts going again. Who Who knows where these go and how big these pullbacks are. These fucking ads. Yeah, like the main thing I'll be looking for is create a big green dildo. Yeah, potentially. Have I heard of ICT? Yeah, I have. I'm familiar. What was I gonna say though? Like for you, like I'd give it some time, right? Like this is not that kind of situation where like you as like a new trader is gonna like fucking just snipe the top, get it in a short, right? Quite likely you're gonna get fucking ran over. You know what you're doing. Because you also have to be like very mindful of managing your risk. If you're gonna take, like, okay, let's say we're pumping up in price, and there's like a sign of weakness, it could only be like a momentary thing, right? So like you want to be able to like put your stop loss break even immediately in case it starts to just rip again. So in that case, I'd probably give it some time, right? Usually when like you'll lack edge, you can compensate with time. But lots of possibilities, because it's gonna depend on how open interest is looking too, right? Let's say we're like pumping up, and got a shit ton of longs open at the top of at some point, right? Because that's gonna be one of the main things is the open interest. Because people are gonna be market smashing longs into this shit, just straight FOMOing. So sooner or later, there's gonna be like we're gonna do like a leg up, or at the top of the leg, a lot of longs are gonna open, and it's gonna immediately reverse them and trap all of them. And then the next question is going to be how many shorts gotten up here. Because if there's a lot of shorts, then you're probably going to get like a bit of a pullback. And if it's like a lot of shorts, then you're probably going to sweep it first and then do like a 3 drives. So it's really going to be like the kind of structure that you're going to be looking for is going to be dependent on the open interest. Anyways, we were past the 4-hour mark, yeah. We did our little mini juice box. So I think we're gonna call it here, right? Get a good night's sleep, wake up early, have a nice breakfast, be dialed in, geeked up for FOMC. Hopefully everything goes amazing for everybody, regardless of what happens, right? Whether it's volatile, whether it's not volatile, etc. As long as you're managing risk, stick to your plans, that's all that matters. Let's do a quick chat shout out, a bit more active than usual today. Got Rye Guy, kind of a fly guy. Got Oliver, we got Oscar Duarte, Rags to Riches. Who else? Unknown 33, Harris Kamal, and Woody. So shout out to all you guys. I'm out here. Time to call it a night, right? As per usual, stay safe. Don't get got. Have patience. Stick to your plans. If you don't have edge, don't take the trade. And we'll be back tomorrow to reconvene and see what happens, right? We'll see what kind of if we get a juicy day or not. Yeah, that's about it. I'm out of here. Later. Hope you guys have an amazing evening. Later.